I mean, it does take like a minute for YouTube to spin up into live. There we go. As the page slowly spins and chokes. Alrighty, I think it's time to begin. Just as I'm pushing buttons. Blurp, bam, bop, beep, bap. There we go, buttons are pushed. How we doing? Welcome back. The stream that I threatened I would do was happening. This is Saturday morning, immediately after Friday night when we were doing Monster Bash. How we doing? So, we're back in Transport Fever 2. I'm trying to I vaguely remember what we did last time. It's been 5 days, something like that. I think we got the bigger wagons for freight. You know, the 120k wagons. I think we got some few locos as well. I don't actually remember. And what else was there? I mean, I'm just staring at this. So we have 3 billion in investments. At one point, when I opened this save, I had 9 billion. Now I only have 3 billion. And mysteriously, there's a big... This flat bit of terrain was always here. Hey, Michelle and Glacier. How you doing? The Westwood and Veldak may have been from last night. How you doing? How's your week been? So yeah, the other thing that I did catch on to... You broke it? I thought I did hear it. I heard a hink. Is it... no, it's not muted. Oh, there it is, yeah. It's just a little delay. Oh, there might be a little bit of... itchy. Yeah, my preview's way behind. It's still panning. Yeah, so... The big thing that was hanging over from last time is the PAX trains are all suffering behind freight trains, wherever we have an example. Perhaps there's an example there. Which doesn't immediately have a train behind it, but you see, it's stuck at 80, whereas these things, they want to be doing, you know, 110, 120, whatever it is. What do we actually have access to, come to think of it? I don't actually remember. 120, yeah, 120. And at the same time, we got, where are they? Yeah, 120 there as well. We've got this thing, apparently this is crap though. And that's, I'm not sure about this one, whether it's worth it or not. What is it? It's 188, but it can't carry any passengers. So if you want to carry passengers, we've got to invest in, like, the high-speed wagons only have 1x load speed, which is... I have tested this. It is painfully slow. To the point where it sort of negates any potential benefit. So we'll leave that as is. But the... let me just pause that for a moment. The big thing that needs to happen... why is there so much waiting there? Interesting. Oh, I know why. It's probably transferring to that train. Now, the follow-up question to that is do I care to fix you? Probably not. There's going to be some substantial rebuilding going on, though, either way. So I got the foundations of this going. Is it actually sending to Belchi? No. So I need to... Oh, okay. So probably the first thing that I need to do is get a train up to Belchi to deliver goods. I'm going to figure that out somehow. It's a little bit far for trucks. Like, that's about the limit of distance that I would do for trucks. I mean, it is potentially possible, but I do kind of like the idea of doing it by a train. Or could I? I did go to the trouble of building the track anyway. Like, there is that factor to consider. Now, you... What are you actually doing? Where is your line? Oh, okay, you just go to... Inchy North, okay. So in that case, what are you, 10 and 21? We need to all... Yeah, I'm going to need to do this to all the trains. There's a lot of upgrading to do. What are they carrying, actually? How about I look at that first? Oh, they're stakes. So, Boxen stakes. That'd be these. 120, 120, and 120. 18, 18, 13. 62 and 61. So for all intents and purposes, that's the best, but that's also the shortest. So you need 21, which is 180 and 72. So, actually, before I do that, it is 360. Oh yeah, 320. Does that make sense? You. What was I doing? I've already forgotten. So we need a capacity of, what, 240-ish. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 15. And then we need a boxcar. One of these, it's a nice squat one. 13, 18, and 18. Load speed of 3, which is good. I didn't actually look at that, come to think of it. Yeah, 2x for those, and then... Oh, the basic ones, the oldest have expired. Don't exist anymore. It's all much of a muchness. And then, what do we need for this? 120. So that is, what's the capacity? 18, so 5, 6, 7. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's now 332, so 317. There, should do it. This thing won't work too well without a loco. And you're going to need a lot of power. But something fairly modest. Don't want to go too nuts. What are you, 1.1 million? 2300, you're 100. Yeah, probably that one. See, you're 1.4, you're 1. It's so expensive for what it is. It's really not worth it. Alright then. Replace you. Oh, I didn't actually check. Yeah, you're 332 now. I need to do that. And that. And then hopefully I balanced it out right. It is actually accelerating too. Ooh, what's our date speed? 1/4. How much is there? 100. Let's just see what it does. I could just make the platform longer too. That also works. At the end of the day, just a longer platform is just better. Yeah, you actually just collected, like, filled up your thingies. That could potentially be a problem. Now, Am I actually at the limit of this thing's length without mods? No. Unless I did put a mod on and I've just forgotten. That's also possible. Alright, let's switch it back to type. And which one will be that one? I could probably squeeze another one if I really tried. And get like, at worst, 99% out of 100% loading speed. Alright, so the big ticket item that I need to do... what I really need to do is start converting over to... first thing first is move that hub over to here, or this transfer station over to here. So it's a little bit more central and away, closer to all these industries. Then I need to link it up into the main line somehow. I'm not actually sure which main line it will be. Probably the bottom one. If I was to hazard a guess, it's just a little bit closer. Yeah, link in somewhere here, and then it can pass through. I probably need to move most of these stations. There's a lot of rebuilding that needs to be done. I need to rearrange everything. That's a lot of crap waiting. Did I actually... That's the next question, is did I actually finish filling that out? Wow, that's completely saturated. Alright, let's try and stay focused. Alright, what I want is a line from there up to there. And I don't want you loading. I only want you unloading. Just like that. And I want to call you... what do I call these? Bletchley. I think that's what it would be. Right, we want a new vehicle. What do you need? You need boxes, and fuel. It's basically all the same thing for now then. Sort by running costs. Yeah. Something that's... So what I want is something that's fairly modest. What are you, 1.1? Oh no, you're only 1 million, never mind. I was reading the wrong number. It only needs a modest amount of power, so I think that one might be the winner. And then we need lots of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Just chuck that on for now. Oh, transfer. I can't decide what it is. I suppose the best reference is, what is this actually called? Transfer 2? Yeah, Transfer 3. So yeah, you're... gonna do that. Change 3 Belchy. This town's grown a lot. It is also just happily consuming the mountainside. Alright. Next step. So we've got you linked up. The one thing that's missing... Let's see, 1, 2, 3. So there's a technically done now. The main thing is for now that I have the foundation down. Then... once goods starts arriving at each of these stations, then it can be distributed out. Yeah, we've got a line to Burger Hill. I think I did that last time. Hoddleston and Rye can probably be trucks. Where's the other one? Bradding is the last one. Bradding will probably need to be trains, though. Which does become somewhat of an inconvenience. Yeah, and then I've got to link it up over here somehow. And I sort of envision this way, way back. So yeah, we've got the freight in there. Sort of does a bit of both. Yeah, it could join on to, you know, have a bit of a 4-track line going on here, and then break away and continue along following the coastline or the shoreline. If we follow the shoreline, it's, you know, obviously it'll stay flat, and that's what you want. And then, blam blam. Which line was it? It's these through ones. Colonel Niff. How you doing? How you is? Let's just hold that flat for now. Just carve our way through there. 20 to 11. We don't want that. Go up a little bit. Don't mind. Fortunately, that's now made a gigantic bridge. I suppose the answer lies in, what does this sit at? 15. Okay, so I can drop it down to 50. I mean, it's probably better up high anyway. So 20 to 33. Let's not do that. 37, 24. Keep you like that. Why are you trying to be lumpy? This poor farm is just slowly losing all of its fields. How's that? 20 to 30. No, we don't want that. 20 to 27. Why does it want to arc it? There. I'm trying to minimize the gradient as well. That's why I'm being so particular. There's actually a basket case for potentially using boats there too. Yeah, 19 to 17, that's fine. Keep that as a cutting. What are you? Oh, you're a simple line. And you just follow you for a little while. Just like that. And... Excuse me, coming through. Alright, tidy up the nodes. There and there. Now let's see if I can do this in one swing. No. Not possible. Not possible, it insists. 17 to 21? No, I don't think so. Down to... there. Now is that actually... yes. I always got to check that, otherwise if I don't check it, then it's always wrong. 16 to 15, 17... Max 27%? Alright, let's get you out the way for now then. How's that? Yep, perfect. That is an invaluable tool, that is. The thing that gives the extra information. Just make sure the track isn't doing something, or whatever you're laying isn't doing something silly. And yeah, and you progress on in through there. There we go. We slam down some coffee. Precious coffee. I have a feeling this will need to go up and over. Or underneath or something. Oh geez, that train's ancient. Alright, you be that style. Now, it can't go down, but it can go up. I was perfectly happy with that. There's also this train here. How old is this train? 30 years. Okay, it's not the worst, but it isn't far off, because that... I don't even think I know if that loco even... Yeah, that loco doesn't even exist anymore. I'm not actually sure what counts as a decent sort of shunter train at this point. For just hopping back and forth. I've sort of been looking at that... this one here, but it's 1.1 million, which seems like a bit much. 1.4? 1970. I mean, I am partial to that one. Let's see how it goes. Alright. How much do you actually hold currently? 204. There. Oh, you might not even be able to actually fit. Alright, so I'll remove one. And then we'll figure out the rest as we go. Because, yeah, this is so old. It's, yeah, it's much shorter. In theory, it should actually be backhauling over to there, but it's a bit indeterminate. I did the 3 stations, but I think I may need to make this a 4th one. Yeah, and make this cover 3, and that, yeah, I think I've talked myself into it. It's a good idea to have that as its own station. I think I've overdone it a little bit there. I'll make that its own holding sort of station. Alright, so that's linked up. Continue on. Nice long junction like that, and then it's got to complain at me. Of course it is, every time. I tried doing it straight to avoid that, but it always happens. Sort of inevitable. I'm probably way too long though. Or making the junction way too long. There. Auto sig, one way. 500 meters is fine. Start slapping down some signals. Oh, it's done that thing. Yeah, if you extend double track too far away, see how it's separated out? Yeah. I don't know why it would affect auto... Well, it shouldn't have affected auto-sig. Yeah, that's always annoying. There's an end there. Yep, if you do it too much at once, it doesn't actually... The double track doesn't actually snap anymore. There is a mod for doing double track. Or multiple tracks. And I should really consider loading. That's still not right. Ah, I need to go back one further. I'm going to go back more just for good measure. And yeah, and that cutting should cover both now. What are you complaining about? You... No path. Oh, you're slightly too long. Now, a whole lot more trains are going to have no path. It is just no path, but it includes the electric, and so it's a little bit misleading. I'm not sure for me if that's because of other games, or because I'm conditioned from other games, I should say, or what? Because I always remember it being specifically there. It's missing wires, or what it's referring to as missing wires. Right, so if you turn round... okay, now you're just stuck. That's what the technical definition of stuck is. I'm not sure how to get you unstuck. See, I need this thing to drive down a little further. The problem is it's past halfway midpoint. It's past that halfway midpoint of the station, so it won't actually drive down anymore. Yeah, how about that? Alright, let's rework all this then. Seeing as though you lot all share this crap. You go there. You go there. Let's have that there. That there. This should greatly simplify everything. It's a little rough. I should really replace that wood train as well. That'll do. Yeah, the radius of that's slightly better. Slightly more favourable. Don't want to spend all day arguing with it though. This train just springs back. There we go. Now... Yeah, you come in there and you go in there, so arguably... what was it? Yeah. Arguably these should actually merge. Like, it doesn't need to actually do this. That's okay, it's pushed it out of the way. I was worried there for a moment. Yeah, if I peel it back again for another rework, because yeah, if I actually think this stuff through, like that. It's not great having that 85. Oh, yeah, it's in theory, it's accelerating out, so it doesn't matter. But it's still not the best. Feel the most opportune. Alright, so what we want to do is slide that over there. And slide this one. I can manage it into there. Ah, yeah, that's why. Yeah, you just go to that one, then you're happy. And you can't escape yet. Now you can. There's a signal there and it should be good. Actually, hang on. I've forgotten something important. Very important detail. Come on, game. You're just not gonna do that, are you? I think over here also needs a, well, it's got to come in somehow. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, it actually should... not vehicle line. It actually should do that. It was done for a reason. Ain't that purty? What are you waiting for? Basically you... Yeah, see, you've got a bad. What is it, 72? Basically something like that. Alright, what are you moving? It's just a bit of everything, really. Yeah, what did I say? 1, 2, 3, and then you is 1, 2, 3, 4. You are basically 1, 2, 3. And then this one's 1 and 2. Although I really want to move it over here, just to make it a little bit more convenient. Actually, if anything, this stop here is just all kinds of inconvenient. Alright. St. Helens. I think Burger Hill's the one that we want to deal with next. what are you like? Your emissions aren't too bad. I do like having the station in the middle of the town, but it's it's not the best. Because the emissions from the station does negatively impact it. So what I'm thinking is maybe moving it back up to here. That way it's a little bit higher, because this, St. Helens is actually quite high up, and then it's got to go back up the mountain. So it sort of works out to my advantage either way. Just wait for you to do your thing. I say that as I start the bulldozer up. Start the bulldozer up already. So yeah, let's wait for him. Fires up the bulldozer. It's more of the bulldozer behind it is more of an encouragement to get out the way sooner rather than later. Not that it really matters, because I can just use the bulldozer to push it out of the way. I just don't want it getting pushed onto a wrong line or something. Because that's something that can and does happen. It's kind of a shame, because I do like the approach as it is. I could try lifting the station up a little higher, though. There we go. Not demolish that just yet. But yeah, let's clear this road out the way. Yeah, right about here, ideally. Do I have a truck stop? No. I'll need to get rid of those, just because they're in the built-up area. Sort of don't want the depot in a built-up area. This is going to really make the town sad. Thankfully, there's no local authority to complain about this stuff. Right, what are you at? You were at 29. And what are you sitting at? 19. Yeah, it could easily be a lot higher. What do we got? We got 2 initial tracks, 320. We're going to be standard, catenary. Your height's at 21. I would really like it to be a lot higher, like 35 even, at a minimum. $41.5? Sounds good to me. Sort of hoping that'll snap the same. If I do that, no, it's not going to snap the same angle, unfortunately. Yay, 40. So about there. I got an idea, a better idea. Just mow down all of that. We define that as straight. Yeah, 36. There. And I want my station right up there. That's interesting. It's not doing the big thingies. Yeah, just a little something like that. About there. Is ideally what I want. Whether or not it happens, that remains to be seen. Looking like 35 is probably the winner. Of course, I needed to not do that. Instead, I need to demolish you. There should be a... I think there it is. Yeah, so I need Burger Hill. I need Burger Hill Exchange to go away. But I don't want Burger Hill going away because that'll mess up a lot of lines. Right, now hopefully... Yep, that pulled the other one. I can't let that bar get full. Alright, you... we want to do all this. Realistically speaking, there's nothing stopping me doing the high-speed rails right now. Like that. It's just that this, on a medium game, it doesn't matter so much. But on later, you know, on higher difficulty games, you don't want to do high-speed rail until you actually need it, because it's very expensive to maintain. Alright, so I got the branch line connection there. Then we've got the two main lines going through. Then I need the freight lines along here to deliver to the town. And I think it's probably safe to just do the one. Now, Burger Hill. Yeah, you link up with that. So we'll just use that line there. Yeah, it's just a simple shuttle. It doesn't actually need that much. It arguably shouldn't be there. Actually, if anything. Like the, it should be along here. Somewhere, and then... Actually, I got a better idea. What it could do is hang out like here. And it'd be more representative of, actually no, the other way around. Like a more traditional, as it would have been, type setup. Now, which one are you gonna suck in? Neither. Okay. Alright, truck stop. Here you go. Just gonna wait for that to expire. This truck stop will preserve these, even though they're invalid. Now... I'm gonna go all the way back to here. Like that. Let's see, bottom one. What does this look like? So we are 36 down to 32. Perfect. Yeah, keeps the tunnel. Already industries behind, yeah. I probably wouldn't hurt to have that. This one I don't so much care about, so it can just be an embankment. And then the other track will just follow the leader. Did I plug that into the wrong hole? No, it's fine. I thought I plugged that into the wrong hole there for a moment. It doesn't want a double track though. There a nodule? No. Alright, let's reconnect this section. There. Perfect. $93. There we are. A nice long run up. Just like that. I mean, worst case scenario, I could just use the, which one is it? Oh wow, that's actually, quite far over. Well, it makes sense. I did move the station quite far over. Oh. Train's actually there. Alright, let's push you down the line a little bit then. Make me demolish all the trees. I will demolish them to get to the track underneath. I don't care about how many bull moose calls you give me. I'm getting to that track. Oh, there's another train there too. Oh. Oh, there's the passenger train. Yeah, though, that's, I think those were meant to be on the other lines. That thing that happened that I was sort of alluding to. Where it pushed it from one line to the other. Alright, you're unhappy. There. Blam. When do you disappear into a tunnel? Right there, actually. Oh, that doesn't matter. That can just be a cutting. We can fix the terrain after the fact. That is when I discover I've done it the wrong side. Nope, never mind. All is right with the world. The double track is correct. Match type. I haven't broken something important, I don't think, as far as the road goes. Apparently. Find out for sure soon enough. There we go, just link you in. Five and 4. There we go. You're happy again. Cannot connect all stations. Burger Hill. Should actually be 2. It actually could be either one. The reason why I've done 2 platforms is that I do want to send... So one... where's it go? It goes down to Rye, I think? No, it goes to Hoddleston. But I need to send one down to Rye, potentially. Or even down to Belchy. You know, just get some more intermediate hops going on. Just sort of, you know, directly connect more towns to other towns. I'm sort of planning ahead for it, but at the same time, I'm just sort of putting it in the back pocket for later. So like I'm not super committed to it just yet. Another thing we do need is some autosig. Just like that. There we go. Alright, signals are down. You're fine with those two, and those two, and then you have that one. That way, if a train's passing through, it'll always block. Now, I want to get rid of you. We're going to play a little bit of, a little bit of a game here of shuffle the thing over. Configure. I'm going to pull it over to here. 1, 2, 3. Now, what I want to do to this station... Yeah, I'm just going to rework the whole thing. So what do we want? 4... 5, we'll say? Yeah, the thing I was surprised about was that it didn't put the big building in. It only used a medium building. And of course now... Oh dear. I have this convenient mod. Don't actually remember how to use it. There. I think that's it. And yeah, now I can paste this down. So I'll paste it down over there. Yep, you're still paused. Yeah, we'll do the modification here. That one? Or is it that one? I just want the accessory building, really. 1, 2. Probably just 1, actually. Yeah. Because I don't want the whole thing spreading, and you can extend the whole way along there. This is entirely just detailing, really. It's like a little cargo ramp. The buildings don't actually... So the buildings, they give storage, which doesn't really matter for this, because it's basically unload only. Like that. And then I'm going to stick some passenger buildings just on the other side to act as a entry and exit point. So some like that, and then some like that. It doesn't hurt to have subways. In actuality, I want that there and there. Yeah, that'll do. And so, having been through all of this arduous work, I need to now demolish it and start over. Hopefully not completely start over. One day I will learn to blueprint things in. If it's unloading to a truck stop, then it's worth putting buildings that any cargo buildings on the station and purely decoration. Yeah, if it's purely unload, so it doesn't matter. All right, this is going to be probably a bit of a game of whack-a-mole now. Yeah, it's purely aesthetic what I've done. How about there? That is an interesting quirk of this mod. Interesting. You... I'm making new copies of the same thing over and over again. Is there anything that'll sort of let me see what I'm doing? Or is it a case of what I see is what I get? I'm actually trying to get the station out of the town. The idea being is that I want to try and get the emission debuff down. Because this is what it looked like before. It had a 2 railway lines coming through, and the station was right here. And what I'm doing is I'm just pushing it out a little bit just to get the emission out of the town and try and stop this from getting too high. Where is it? This one. Twatton. Yes, it's down to negative 40%. And that's really what's cramping its growth. I mean, this thing's still exploding. It's up to 6 goods. But the emissions is one of the big detractors from growth. It arguably probably doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. But it's nice to do. What I actually should do is maybe a bit of that. You actually preset the terrain like that. It's a bit brute force, but it'll do. What do we... How do I... Ah, there it is. There. Move the top left town away from the residential. I believe that's the only... Yeah, it's a residential. And admittedly, I did sort of pre-plan for that. Yeah, I want to move it more sort of this way. Because, yeah, over here was commercial in... It's sort of commercial, industrial, and yeah, the residential sort of spewed around the side. Problem is, I started building it before remembering to do the copy-paste. So I'm a little bit sort of doing it backwards. There. A little bit closer. There we go. That should do it. Yeah, all I need to do is knock that out the way. The other thing too is I want to get the station higher because the track coming in is coming down the hill and then it goes back up the hill again to the next town. What I'm thinking of doing is just bulldozing all the residential to try and stop it encroaching around, because the residential is meant to be down here. I don't normally really manage the town. I know you can. I just sort of let the town do its own thing. But I probably should be doing that. Oh, you get a bit lumpy there. I'll take it up to about 32. That should hopefully sort of plateau, maybe? Yeah, pretty well. I'm being very pedantic about this. Actually, if I pull it closer, it should... What is it? 37.7. There. It should be fairly consistent. 36.8. There. 36.8, 37, max 39. Really just wants to arc over that point there. What if I do that? I'm doing it the wrong way round. What if I consider the fact that I'm doing it the wrong way? Whoops. Wrong way round. Yeah, this playthrough, I'm really trying to sort of go a bit harder on the aesthetics, and there's a few other things that I'm trying with cargo that I've never really done. So that's why I'm being a little bit more pedantic. I mean, admittedly, in previous playthroughs, I have done a few aesthetic things. Like I had an elevated station passing through the middle of a town. That one was really brutal on the emissions. It was fun to build, though. It's one of the nice things about this game is that, like, there are the mechanics, but you're still pretty free to do what you want. Yeah, let's change that alignment slightly. If you're building directly adjacent to the station and set the road flat, then you won't have any land. Yeah, but you got to start right at the station building rather than ramping. Yeah. It's tricky to balance out, I find. You sort of got to do it in a very specific order. That does get very annoying. Just drill this giant tunnel through a mountain. Oh, nope. The alignment's changed again. Tear it all up. It fills in the entire tunnel. Starts over again. Colonel Will, how you doing? Welcome. How was it, Plinking Germans? I was playing Sniper Elite Resistance just before. Needs more faster. Working on it. It's interesting how much this has moved again already. I'm more fastering my my mainline station. Oops. That gets annoying. 2. 1, 2. You just be an embankment. Lamb. It's got the last achievement. You're in the top 1.2% of players. Ah. Which achievement was that? I don't actually really... I mean, I don't have Sniper Elite Resistance still. I don't actually know what they are. I still have barely gone through Sniper Elite 5. Alright, where are we at? There. I like how you can see the lines in the trees from the previous line. Yeah, you can see where I've been and just rebuilt and rebuilt. Let's see, signal there, there, and there. Auto sig me up, baby. And there. That's probably going to double signal because I forget every time. Once you build a line, you tend to stick with its original alignment. I like the challenge realism. Oh, that's a good one. I like that one. You could even potentially enforce it with a mod, like a no... How would you do that? Oh, you could do it by... One thing you could do, potentially, is jack up the terrain costs, or even remove the... Because, like, currently, there isn't really a restriction on, like, you lay a track like this, and the game's like, yeah, just make a giant-ass bridge, and then tunnel through this, tunnel through that. See, and quite often, it's cheaper just to make a cutting than it is a tunnel. I suppose in that case, it's slightly cheaper to make a tunnel than it is a cutting, which in reality wouldn't be the case. Yeah, you would try and find an alignment that suits the terrain. Like here, I've sort of tried to do it, but the terrain is just a little too unforgiving, so it's sort of ended up just burrowing underneath everything. Yeah, that oil refinery, oil well being there is stopping me from coming over a little bit further, other than maybe coming around here and then up and then threading the needle through the mountains. But it would still be a struggle. Now, it's just so high now. Yeah, you can see where the two old alignments were. Oh, there's one of them was a road, the other one was the old railway track. I think the railway track went along and up that way. I've already forgotten. Yeah, and then the other one comes up through there. Main thing is, yeah, so the proper main line's there. Right now, these again. Burger. Uh-oh. Oh. Damn it, I hate it when this happens. Even though the game mechanic... Yeah, that's the thing too, is that the game doesn't always reward you for doing that. It's always a tricky balance for a game though, because Transport Tycoon punishes you heavily for hills, and so the solution is to just pick a map height and just bulldoze everything to that level. You know, just go through oceans and everything. Just because you can't put in that game, you can't put signals on bridges. So just eliminate bridges, eliminate tunnels, bulldoze your oceans and your mountains. It doesn't matter. It's hilarious. This is very annoying. How am I going to fix it? So what's happened is that the goods platform has become the passenger platform, and the passenger platform has become the goods platform. That's very annoying. There and there. You become that. Oh, that means I've got to demolish all of it. Bulldoze the oceans. I actually saw a video about that recently. I didn't realize just how much of the ocean the Dutch had actually done. It's really quite surprising. Like, I knew they were building levees into the ocean and all that, but I didn't realize just how much land, and the fact it's still ongoing. Like, they're executing a plan that's like 120 or something years old at least. I forget when they said it was. It was the late 1800s, I think, was the plan. I'm struggling to remember off the top of my head now. Admittedly, I don't have any reason to really memorize Dutch history. Oh, you saw the same video. Now. Do I want to demolish the station, or do I want to... I think I'm going to have to just demolish all the platforms by hand. You know what? I'm too lazy for that. Thanks to Will, reminded me that the Copy It mod exists. But yeah, fortunately it inverted my, damn it! Did it again. Right, Burgers Hill. What do I want? I want a... that. All the packs. You're that. So you're that. You're not that anymore. Burger Hill, Burger Hill. So passenger and freight. This is a lot of work for for 4 lines. But at the same time, it's the principle of the matter. Alright, what happens if I do that? And then... oh, I didn't let it go away completely. I have a feeling because the goods platforms are closest, it's going to snatch it. Hey, we got it. Excellent. And I'm probably going to have to do this for like the 4th time now. Alright, so fixing the freight is actually very easy, fortunately. Alright, so I'll reconnect all this again. And that's to there. Yeah, you love reclaiming the ocean. It's very good farmland. Thinking about the land that they reclaimed. All right. You go there. You go there. You go there. 1 and 2. There's an argument that you sort of don't need those entry signals, but at the same time, it's sort of there just to encourage trains to keep moving. Because if you can keep them moving, it's better than having them stop. Morning, or I suppose evening for you, Slazer. Speaking of Dutchland, you live there now, don't you? Future me on the YouTube pod. I do need to upload these at some point. I've been very late. Admittedly, I have been very lazy on uploading VODs for the last year. I've been sort of relying on the YouTube Live to do it for me, and it's not the best. All right, so platform. You finally. Exacerbated sigh is fixed. And yeah, we'll just add these for the aesthetic purposes. That one doesn't actually tongue into that, unfortunately. Now, what are our... Alright, PAX 1, you need fixing again. Let's work our way through the easy ones and get, you know, the stuff that doesn't need to be sorted. Go. You. Manage line. Probably actually going to be 3. And boxes and all that still to come. That's all done. Yeah, that's got to come into here. How hard is it to plug that in? Probably better off changing the angle slightly. Yeah, just something like that. Alright, there it is. I was like, are you going to come together at some point? It eventually did. I had a feeling that was going to happen. I saw that wibbly bit of road and was like, yeah, it's a bit close, but I'll see what happens. And, of course, and the inevitable happened. What's the damage? Pretty rough. What's the angle, actually? 17 to 37. The steep incline. What is it? 15%. It's a 50. Oh, jeez, calm down. Scroll wheel. The old Logitech scroll wheel gets a little excited at times. Ooh, I want to scroll. Alright, you go in there. Slide that into there. Slide that into there. See your playstyle go around that mountain instead of barreling tunnel straight through. Yeah, you know what, I should actually try that. It's, yeah, 100% right. The game just encourages it too much. It's just too willing to build giant bridges and tunnels. It is actually one of my complaints for the game. Is that it's too willing to go through mountains and over giant ravines. Admittedly, you do need this mod to just sort of help things along. Should actually see what. Yeah, it's the only. I gotta watch the speed. I mean, I'm probably not gonna ever use that kind of speed. What are you? 30, 42, 36, 33. Because I do need to descend a little. Well, maybe not 13% kind of descent. Say 7%. Let's at least stay somewhat sensible. Yeah, the problem is the problem I'm sort of facing is that I got to go down a giant hill. Yeah, 200 should be more than enough for this thing because it's only hopping between two towns. Yeah, it's sort of hard to really gauge, but it does need to go down a fair amount. How much more does it need actually? 35 to 7. See, that's actually pretty decent. I like that. Instead of just being just a giant, like, a cutting isn't something completely unheard of, as it's going down a mountain. You know, it's just dug into the hill face a little bit, just to help ease the incline. Yeah, that's much better. That's the other thing too, is that it's very difficult. Like, if you just paint one big spline, it tries to normalize it, and yeah. It's a whole thing. Alright, you should really go over the top. Oh, I'm pressing the wrong button, that's why. What about that? No, it still doesn't like it. Just desperate to do it in the. Even just a little stuff like this, like putting a bridge over a railway line, can be an absolute chore of a task. Yeah, the backside needs to be a little bit lower. How about that there? Girder bridge. There. Can get around the more bridges mod too. Good enough. So yeah, that's better. Better spline editing tools. Yeah, that's, I think, the big thing for Transport Fever 3. One of the big ones. Better contours as well. Like, or at least better height differentiation. These contour lines, even with a mod to help, you know, which adds more lines and makes it a little bit nicer, this is still just bad. See a video about how to add more control bridges without need for mods? No, I haven't actually. I haven't actually really watched any Transport Fever 2 videos. You. There. There's also just arguing with these junctions forever. is something that I would like to see improved. Yeah, I'm going to do it manually. Could probably insert something there, that's fine. Enable the secret feature lets you set the minimum height for bridges instead of having to make them all ridiculously high. I mean, you got to edit a file to enable Megalomaniac, so it's not really... it's not surprising that it exists. Alright, I think the last little piece of the puzzle is maybe just to squeeze that down a little bit and then just normalize it. Just like that. Maybe bring this up a little bit, just to help with the town growth. Not that the towns really care about the level of the terrain. Now, you... Oh, you're in the wrong hole. Okay, yeah, it's the same file. That makes sense. Ooh, what's our time? It's almost break time. Whereas bricks... Bricks is an easy one to... Yeah, because it comes from transfer and then it brings it to... Oh, it's not plugged in, that's why. Do it. Probably scarcely believe it, but I'm a complete casual at this game. A filthy casual. Actually, what we don't want is that. There we go. Right, so you... Yeah. So... Oh, there. Yeah, see, it's happy. Immediately happy now. Experimental tunnel and bridge minimum height. Okay. I shall probably in between now next time. Well, it depends how I go with arguing with this thing. Wow, there's still 10 wheelers. So you, where do you start? Okay, you're there. What I should do is send you to really, like, I need to get rid of this line. Station was it? Dawley's. Your transfer 1. Well, what will soon be formally the transfer 1. You need to bring stuff to here. 3. Which you can't technically do at the minute, because it can't physically get there. And you eventually want to be 3 and 4. Manage vehicles. Yes, what these will do is they'll now just shunt everything between these two sites. And in your lines, just mostly just rejigging the existing network. Separate, so I need to get rid of the old freight system where I was delivering stuff directly to the towns just sort of to kick things off. But I need to transfer it over to a more advanced, like, to a to these sort of transfer stations to then distribute to the towns instead of just distributing to the towns directly. That way I need less lines and less varied trains. So just one train just brings everything into the town instead of having like a box train, a spanner train, and all that, which was what I was doing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'll just switch out all 3, but I probably don't need all 3. Particularly with this kind of upgrade. Where is my U? Seems like a worthy train. And we've only managed to blow away, what, 3 billion so far out of my 9 billion cash. So yeah, that one comes from over here. The eye-line, how you doing? Yes, here's moving spanners and things. This is the thing that I was really sort of playing around with, was it was something that I did in another game on a smaller scale. And yeah, this whole area needs complete rework. It's the terrain is just annoying. And I just sort of made it work. But yeah, I'm sort of setting up these transfer stations to bring all the goods from the industries together to then, you know, do all 6 of these all at the same time, instead of doing them direct. Yeah. So I had 3 of these set up so far. Like there's one over here, which is mostly done. This one, sort of, I think it needs to be linked up to the town still. And then I didn't actually have one here, but I'm going to change this to a full one where this food processing plant is, and it can cover these 2 towns. Yeah, this one can do 1, 2, and 3. Oh yeah, probably has. Yeah, it has to do Burger Hill. 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, this one could potentially do Bradding as well. That would actually be less workload on that. So yeah, that one, 1, 2, 3. That's fine. That actually works out a little better. Yeah, this one's just these 2. Potentially, if I moved it here, it could do 3, but you know, this one does the job. This one's got to handle. It's got to gather up a lot of industries. I've seen people do this kind of thing before, where they have like stations that like one freight station that gathers up all the local goods per town. But I figured, why not just bundle the towns together? I think I saw that on as a Steam guide. Alright, what's missing? You 2. Hang on. Why are you no pathing? Oh, now you're happy. What about you? Now you're happy. You're, however, not happy. Probably because you need to get over to here. It's now on the wrong track. It's so bad. Yeah, your exchange 1 boxes. Oh no, you gotta go. Oh, that's actually really annoying. See, people have 1 hub for the whole map, which seems a bit extreme. Yeah, that would get very congested. I don't know how that would even work. Can we, like... Too much oh, jeez. Oh, that's still too much slope. There we are. Yeah, just a bit of a temporary, yeah. Oh, yeah, you're working. I mean, they can't actually still get to the, a station yet, but I'll just get this train out of the way. There we go. Lots and lots of platforms. You're following a star. Effectively, it's a star. So I have a backbone network, which we put in last time. That's this one here that goes between these things, and then it stars out to the different towns and industries. How is this doing? No, not you. This one. It's still very sad. Is the answer. Oh, you're the wrong one. 55 and 55. Kind of astonishing how busy this thing is. What is it? Oh, it's maxed out. No wonder. It upgraded. Yeah, mainline with branches is the style that I'm going for. You're that. You take a lot more. Which is very convenient. I'll just add a 5th one as well. I probably need to do that to all ships, really. I don't think I have... what are they? 30 versus... yeah, they're all basically the same speed. Tugboat things. Where are we at? Boats. Coal. Fine. Good Bodhi 2. Well, I'll even if they over replace, I'll just review it later. Yeah, they're all fine. Lumber. That one could definitely benefit from an upgrade. That's the original line, that is. When your game first came out, you really enjoyed watching Grand T's Midwest Mainline playthrough, which stuck to the principle that all routes must intersect with the main line at least once. Ah. So there was one busy core trunk with many branches. That's pretty much where my playstyle sort of resides, is that I have, admittedly, I have 3 main lines this time, which is a bit of a deviation. So there is a separate main line that runs along the riverside. But I have 2 main lines for passengers. I wanted them to meet in the middle somewhere. Thankfully, this town is in the middle. And I want this one to also meet at Twatton as well. And it has to follow, I mean, I've already built it. There's a 4-track line here, which is where it should continue on. So it should come to here. Oh, it actually needs to branch off to that station. And then it needs to... Ooh. Oh yeah, this is also a giant tunnel. There's not a lot I can do about it, unfortunately. Other than maybe doing a really hard corner around here and through here, but it's just always tunnels. I've had situations like that before, and the only answer is tunnels. Probably, if anything, I could make it come this way a little bit, like pull all these lines together, so you have all 3 of them, and then one branches off over to there, one goes into that station, and then the other one goes up to Brading. A Swiss would approve. That would be all about that kind of construction. Now, so yeah, this bit of line here is pretty much where the worst contention is, because the freight line merges down into the passenger line, so you have a lot of slow freight mixing with the high-speed passengers. Case in point there, this passenger train's barely moving because there is a train underneath here somewhere. There it is. Yeah, It's stuck at 80 because I haven't upgraded its wagons yet. Now, the thing that I need to do is... Yeah, you need to collect... when I built this, I didn't actually allow for transfer. How about now? Get rid of the signal that's just in the middle of the track. So yeah, so there, one and then back. And so, you should do that. And continue on down this way. Truck station with tram tracks next to the North Twatton station, reminding you of the cargo trams coming. Oh yeah, that's really interesting. Cargo trams are something that's always been sort of overlooked. I mean, admittedly, they kind of exist in the real world, but they also kind of don't. I think there are only ever, like, real niche applications. At least as they were represented. Probably the closest equivalent would be narrow gauge stuff. As I do Toby from Thomas the Tank Engine. So it'd be that kind of engine pulling smaller wagons. I'm trying to think of it. It's so like it's still a train. But it's much smaller, and you know it's not meant for speed, and it would be run down, and you know that's for running down the street. The thought that comes to my mind is. Stuff like... Yeah, that's... I shall have a picture shortly. I don't have enough screens to actually do it. Stuff like this. Hopefully you can see it. Yeah, so like a small engine and stuff like this. This is really common in Queensland. You should have, I guess, light railway. This is probably the most that I could remember. They did have similar stuff, you know, moving goods. Yeah, there you go. Although this is more of a regular train, Leslie's got that. But yeah, they'd run down the road and such. I think there was a similar one in Bendigo. Yeah. Freight trains in North America? Oh yeah, we get those as well. It's actually funny is that for me, I'd never heard the term light railway really until much more recently, in more recent years. Like, a tram was just a tram. You know, the thing that you get that runs down the street and you jump on and jump off. Ideally not when it's running down the street. That was just a tram. Yeah, I don't remember, but I'm pretty sure a few of them are fully autonomous as well. I remember hearing about that, but I don't have a confirmation on it. Because the one that had the derailment, what, like a year or two ago, I forget when. One of the notes that I heard from it was, Or one of the things I heard about it was that it was actually autonomous. I was like, ah, didn't know that was a thing. Right. That curve is really just being difficult. What I might do is just start it up and then like just pull it out straight away. Yeah, like that. Don't know about light trains, but I knew there was some big coal trains ran autonomously for the mines in West Australia. Now that you mention it, it doesn't really surprise me at all that that would be the case. Admittedly though, for Victoria and New South Wales, it's more of a surprise. It's also a surprise the union allowed it more than anything. Come on, stop jumping around. Alright, let's take it back down to 16 there. Oh, the mining trucks are driverless as well. That I'm legitimately surprised about. Again, it's surprised the union would allow it. I'm also surprised that oh, it's only a farm, so it's probably why it's not complaining about it being broken. We need to do our break soon too. Ah, yes. Get the signal on the tunnel entrance. Hey, didn't I do auto sig on that? I thought I did. Now it does it. What does my thingy say? At a Telstra event, and they were talking about whether we use trialing the truck tires would wear out faster because they were driving in the same rivets. All these quirky little things for autonomous that you wouldn't necessarily think about. Kind of funny too, because someone that I work with is an absolute fanatic with that stuff. To the point of kind of ignoring those kinds of realities. It's like, yeah, autonomous driving, it'll cure everything. AI will cure everything. It's a bit of a stick some deviation on the GPS tracks. Alright, you gonna go now? I mean, it's not really going to accomplish much, but it's a start. Alright, so that's all that successfully wrangled in. Zorley now accepts goods, or boxes. I might need to expand some tram networks too. Sydney Metro, which operates the country's only fully driverless passenger service, and Rio Tinto's auto haul system in the Parabella region, which is the world's first autonomous heavy freight operation of iron ore. Sydney Metro was a fully automated... I didn't know the Sydney Metro was automated. I wonder when that happened. I don't remember it always... I wonder when that... When did the Sydney Metro become driverless? I think you're due for replacement as well. But you're that thing. 2300. I think that's... Yeah, you're a little weaker. From the day of its Sydney trains. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that makes more sense. The union's kicking a stink about it. Oh, that's the, yeah, the Sydney Metro. That's the new underground. Not to be confused with the existing. I thought that was, the Sydney Metro was part of the Sydney train network. The wider train network that they've always had. Alright, what do we got? 18, 15 and 18. 59 and 62. So you're paying for the extra emissions with less length. What's your length? 315. With a maximum capacity of 408. That's more... Hang on a minute. 315, 408. That's only 324. What about this one? So that's 405. Confusingly, yeah, they're taking over some of the existing trains lines. That's not confusing at all, definitely. Oh, wait, I'll lose one more. Probably should put something with a bit more power on it, actually. So what is that? 1.4. Sort by power. Where are we at? You 2900. Potentially going up to that for 2 million a year. Maybe. What are you? 2.2. I think there's much advantage to it. You 319 and 390 capacity. I think that's the one it wants to be. It's fully electrified. I went through and just upgraded everything. That way, if I do put an electric train down, it's not going to yell at me. Look at that incline. It's brutal. Switzerland to approve. I'd almost need a rack and pinion to get up that incline. Advantage being this thing can now do 120. Alright, you got a lot of junk. The next step is to get it up to Brading Rye and so on and so forth. And Burger Hill. Alright, so first step. Actually, step 0. Do some leveling. Like that. And then some smothering so it doesn't look so out of place. Like that. And the reason I can do that is because I can afford to do it. Great road. A little bit closer. There. Some of the early electric locos used in Switzerland started off, they were basically just steam trains. Yeah, steam trains with pantographs. I mean, it's what they knew. It's like how they had the tie bars for a lot of early electric and diesel locomotives, because that was the most well understood technique at the time. Right, you connect to those. You Connect to those. Perfect. Where is it? The I don't know if that one actually has it as well. But the crocodile's one of the big sort of shining examples, is that it has the motor. Kind of hard to see on this little thingy, but it has like the motor. So it's got driving wheel, then an opening, then a driving wheel, and the motor spins here, and then there's a offset camshaft or offset wheel that then drives a connecting rod to drive the three wheels from the motor in the middle, and then it's the same on the other side, and then same on the reverse. So all of them are tied together by outside connecting rods instead of by gearboxes. But at the same time, it kind of makes sense that you would do it that way, because gearboxes and spur gears, that sort of thing, kind of hard to make. And if it's on the inside, it's kind of hard to maintain. Whereas on the outside, it's a tie bar. It's on the outside. It's a little easier to maintain. And it's the most well understood for maintenance at the time. Upstream Discord. Alright, I'll check that out. I just went completely blank on what I was about to do. Oh yes, you need some truck stops. I need to get over to Rye and Hoddleston. Actually, how am I going to get to Rye at this very moment? I think the answer is probably by road, which kind of makes sense. But yeah, and what I mean by that is build a giant bridge, build a giant curvy bridge. Let's try and do that. There. You actually get underneath that. Yeah, kind of. It could be higher though. I mean, the road can handle being at more of a grade. Yeah, a little bit more like that. There. Chinese would approve of it? They would. They like making some big bridges, don't they? What was it? There was one to like Beijing, and it's like no, it's like 40 or 50 kilometers long from out of Beijing, I think it was. I'm just trying to remember. It was a massive bridge, but because of reasons, it ends up having a lot of issues, and you could only go a fairly modest speed along it. Oh yeah, that's the other one. There's another one to Hong Kong, and basically nobody can use it because of all the border checks to get into Hong Kong. That's another hilarious one. Excuse me, coming through. Just doing a little bulldozing. Something I might have to do is rework that town's roads a little bit, because they're looking a little jank. What I was trying to do was avoid this thing getting too out of control with the incline. How's that look? A little out of control with the incline is what that is. Or a little out of control with the whole tunneling situation. Yeah, what I can do is just lift the road up a little bit. It's almost wanting to... That actually... Ah, damn it. There you go. There. Yeah, it's like an actually believable road pass over a mountain. Even if it just has a bit of a stark transition on the street here. Which I can help it along with. Sometimes when you grab it in a certain... Like, if you're not careful which direction you pull, it'll snap to a funny angle. There we go, that should be betterer. Yeah, that's right. Trucks can... Yeah. That's very believable. I feel like this station's somewhat hamstringing this town. Snapping's quite annoying. It is. Now, I was intending on taking a break a little while ago, like half an hour ago. So we shall do that now. I'm going to pop the camera view. Actually, how are you looking? Very bad is how you're looking. Right, then let's refresh you by top speed. We bump it to a GG1 then. I don't really see any reason to. What do you... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We've only got those ones. I mean, there are modern, like, faster these things, but again, loading speed. That's sort of what's putting me off them. What are you, 1.2 to 2? See, there's no benefit to that, just adding running costs like that. Yeah, what I'll do is just pop the camera in here. Say about there. Where are we at there? I'll set it to speed 1. So yeah, I'm going to leave that there, and then I'm going to go take a quick break, and then we shall continue on in about 2 or 3 minutes' time. I got to stand on the footplate? Nice. That's actually really cool. I wouldn't mind being able to do that one day. But yeah, I'm going to take a quick break for a few minutes, so don't go too far. We should be back shortly. And I'll put this the overlay over so you can't see anything. Nope, wrong one. One of these does the thingy. That's that. Now I'm invested. There it is. Oh, slowing down. I also didn't realise that where I put the camera was right, just bashing the camera against every signal post as we go past. But anyway, the coffee has been filled and we are back. As we just go dong and dong. Yeah, the one of the goals that needed to be done was to deal with this situation. Yeah, so we got a slow freight train that's slowly lumbering along, which I'm pretty sure is a 10-wheeler, which is a little ancient. Something I haven't done in a little while is actually examine all these lines for unprofitability. Yeah, boxes, that one's just a money pit at the minute. I think a lot of these are going to be losing money for a while until they straighten them all out again. On the plus side though, T2 to T3 is just absolutely killing it. I think PAX 1's in the hole because I just replaced the trains. Crude 1's doing it there as well, even with the expensive loco. Yeah, I need to just get all the transfer. I need to get the what needs to happen is I need to get the infrastructure up and running, and then everything should work out from there. And from that point, everything should work out. And going back to that conversation, the thought before was the standing on the foot play, the real version. This year, I did actually want to go to the UK and, among other things, the Railway Museum in York, but it sort of didn't work out. Me getting the flu and all that sort of was one of the biggest hindrances to it. You have a lot of passengers waiting. Alright, so again, I've got to reaffirm what the hell I was up to. Yeah, so you are all hooked up. You actually hooked up? No. What do you take? Steel and plastic? Oh, no. Can't get distracted. I got to put in the final infrastructure first before getting into that. Footplate tours at Darlington as part of the celebration of the Stockton and Darlington. Oh, the anniversary. I saw some videos of that. Mr. Jago Hazard and all that. Yeah, so this line is done. Let's just methodically work our way through. Yeah, we don't need you anymore. St. Helens Goods. Manage line. Delete. You. I might make that one St. Helens Goods. Because it's effectively the same thing. Yeah, because we've got the goods. It's St. Helens Goods and St. Helens Tram for each thingy. Yeah, that means I can then... Actually, where's the line first? Like that. And the boxes. Yeah, like that. It's clustered around here. Never got to see Jago. But it did... Jago? I don't know how to say it. But I did see... pretty much every other YouTuber that was there. Ooh. Nice. Alright, so we get rid of you. You're in use, you're in use, you're in use. I think that's all of them. Hockey Day. Spanners Main 1. Oh, they're moving stuff for now. Jago, yeah. It would make more sense. Make a heck of a lot more sense. I'm not sure how I got hung up on Jago in the first place. That should actually be pulled further out as well. The only downside is it's sort of hitting this hill. So I might just leave it as it is. Unfortunately, I think the residential's sort of moved in here though. Oh no, it's still all commercial. Yeah, it's all commercial here. Residential's over there. Yeah, minus 40 though. I'm not sure what the limit is for this. I don't remember. I just remember it really just cramping my ability to grow towns. I'm also not sure how to reduce that. Why are you complaining about lack of access to Burger Hill of all places? Oh! Yeah, you're probably not connected anymore. I completely forgot about that. Balls. I need to fix that in a super quick hurry. So we need a tram stop right out the front. But hopefully that will teleport. Teleport to. And I'm going to need to expand the network anyway. Not happy, Jen! Yeah, it would explain a lot. That is for sure. What's funny is that as the profits increase, the signal to noise as far as those sorts of oopsie daisies gets harder and harder to differentiate. Yeah, we'll come back down this way. Then... you know what? Yeah, we'll come along there. And back up there. It's a little close, but it doesn't matter. We'll just go to there. I'm just sort of weeble-wobbling up and down the lines. There. And there. Yeah, down and around. And that should do it. Alright, we need some tram tracks. As you can see, the symbol is slightly wrong. Blammo. Like that. I need to replace the depot as well. And just go right out to the suburbs. Destroy their ears with the sound of trams. Alright. Manage line. Show. Let's get rid of everything. Start here. Go up. And come back down. Like that. Then up again. A little bit further this time. Then back down. And done. And these are probably all very ancient, so it's probably worth replacing them. What are they? The banana trams. What are you, 23 or 26? 60 versus 40, 45. I like how this is basically just two buses joined together. 19, 23. It's a pretty decent tram though. Loading speed though. You always got to watch the loading speed. What is that? 21. Yeah. I mean, in reality, you would have like 4 or 5 tram routes that would crisscross the city in different strategic ways. I think that one's probably the winner. Yeah. It's got a good, solid loading speed. Decent power, decent... Like, it's not as good speed, but the numbers are right. Hello, train. Actually, how is this line doing? It's just losing money. 45. It probably doesn't need 2 trains on it, admittedly. It's really just to keep the frequency up. Where is it? You. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What are you worth? 1.2 million for 1.9. Because you're 1.1. So you're just a little bit more economic, marginally more economical to run. So I'll do that. I should have actually, having said that, passenger. Like, what's multiple units look like? I think I was using one of these. I think it was that rail bus. I don't remember. One of these rail buses I was actually using. It's like some of these rail buses, they don't have great capacity, but at only 300,000. So the equivalent train, like 3 rail buses, you know, it's 60 people, but it's still only 900,000, and that's just the equivalent of the loco, not accounting the passenger wagons. Works quite well if you join multiple... Yeah. This is one of the campaign missions. This thing just dominates because it's so economical to run. I think, given that it was a Swiss train, I think it might have been the Swiss map. Yeah, you have like 2 rotor fills and then a passenger wagon in between. And yeah, 4x loading speed means it's 4 times faster. I've generally found anything that's 1x is just avoid at all costs. And then there's this thing, 1.2 million for 52 passengers. It's very low density. I think that would just... this thing just a money pit. Like straight away, it is making money. Yeah, 2.3 million versus 4 of these. What did I say? 2.3 million. 4, 8, 12, 16, 17. So it would actually, what, 20, 40, 60, 80. And if you stick a single... How fast was it? 125. So yeah, you just stick a single one of these in here, and there's an extra 20. For 249,000? Yeah, it's half. But yeah, 2 of these and 1 of those would probably work too. That takes... its power is very low. It does have the 4x loading speed, admittedly, which is unusual. I don't have a huge amount of knowledge on the American theme. I have played some of the Mesa desert type maps, but I don't think I've really pushed that deep into them. That should probably be good for another playthrough at some point. Let's do a desert playthrough locked onto that tile set. It's actually something I do need to do as a side note. Why are you complaining? Oh, because I pulled up your electric thingies. There we go. Send some trains from end to end. Pax 1. Why are you so saturated? Where are all the trains? Oh. That'll do it. It's interesting. If they're probably mutually deadlocked. Why are you stopped? Waiting for free path. Oh, that's very not good. No, you got signals there. I just need a few more to encourage you to move up a little bit. I mean, it's not going to immediately help my current situation. Just very interesting. What are you waiting for? Oh, there's more up here. More up here, more up here. I have a feeling... the icon for a train just came up and went. Yeah, I probably do the signals... I say probably. I do know that I do the signals slightly wrong. What are you? Now you're complaining. Do you know what? You... Just get out of here. Alright, that should free up that. Ericat, how you doing? Good evening. To you too. Yeah, the no path electric just means no path, not necessarily that there isn't an electric, like a gap in the electric network for it to run through. Alright, let us... Spanner's main one. Yeah, it's sort of bringing stuff in. But this is all obsolete now. I'm just going to have to rip the band-aid on it. I'm going to keep that line, actually, because it's going to come down to there anyway. Been better? Had to order a new Mobo today? Woke up, Mobo didn't even try to post. Yee, that's not good. Actually, you reminded me, my laptop charger blew yesterday. I heard, it wasn't like a super loud crack sound, but I remember hearing during the day this loud, somewhat loud crack sound, and I was like, oh, I wonder what that was. And then later that day I noticed the laptop wasn't charging, and then, yeah, as I checked it again and with some other stuff, and then checked my laptop charging with another charger, and yep, the charger's dead. A bit of a shame. But yeah, that sucks. Kind of a shame in general with how the hell am I going to do this one? With modern motherboards, they're just so over the top. Probably going a little high there too. Alright, let's wrangle this into place. Right, does that work? I mean, apart from the giant ass hill, it does indeed work. 31 to 36, I can get around that. Actually, I mean, you're borderline closer to... No, you're not going to Brading at all. You're meant to be going to these three. All kind of a waste of time. Oh, you're disconnected now as well. were you connected, actually? And i7 7700K instead of Ryzen 7 7700. That is an impressive downgrade, that is, unfortunately. For those that don't remember, the 7700 was basically a 6700. It was such an incremental upgrade. That was peak of the days when Intel was just sort of not really doing anything. It's just a giant tunnel all the way through. Yeah, it's that'd be, yeah, it would be 2016 actually. I legitimately don't remember deleting all of this road too. Alright, so let's make it a narrow country road because I'm not actually going to send trucks up here. I also don't want to make the road too attractive versus the trains. I am incentivized to encourage at least a little bit of skullduggery and shady practices and such. There. Yeah, you should come down there. I mean, admittedly, I do kind of want to link them. I'm just so indecisive about it. Should I... Yeah, you know what, let's do it. I think it's... Aesthetically, it's more convenient to do that than it is to try and run a road from somewhere here through the mountains. You could argue that the mountains are impassable by road. Ooh, coffee's coming back up. And yeah, and so they have to come from an alternate path. They can't come from the other side. Hoodlums, yeah, the hoodlums stole the electric rails is what they did. Oh, you're trying to drop down there. That seems to work, but we'll make it a girder bridge. What was I at currently? 39, and I need to get it up to 52. That's probably fine as it is. So I'll just do a bit of that. If I can wrangle it. There. I'm going to overdo it a little bit. Hey! Mike Will. Come on in with that Prime. Thank you very much for that. Thank you very much for that Prime sub. You now have access to the greatest koala emotes on Twitch, as independently verified by Veldak, who isn't here to confirm or deny it. Thank you very much for that. It's something that I don't actually really sell anymore, as the koala emote thing. 40% faster in single core. It is shocking how much things have actually... On the one hand, things haven't really changed that much. On the other hand, things have actually changed a lot. You barely use Twitch, but have been watching stream on YouTube. Yeah, I figured it. I actually figured that it was you. And take some money away from the big billionaire bloke. Admittedly, I wouldn't encourage it just yet because I want to redo it. But for anyone who... I want to lower the prices because... where is it? Does the link even work still? There. There is a Patreon, so... I want to lower the price so... It's like the equivalent of... I want to bring it down to $2. But yeah, you can put money in there, and then... You know, it's more direct and... what am I trying to say? Like, there's no 50% cut and all that stuff. As I'm trying to wrangle this curve. So yeah, if anyone wants to chip in a little bit, but you don't want to be giving away billionaire money, Patreon's there too. That is awful. I should probably be trying to not think about too many things at the same time. There is also... The reason I'm doing it this way, though, is that there is a fairly large incentive to not be too indirect. The game favors the trucks traveling as the crow flies, so to speak. So it is actually beneficial to do something like that. And in fact, actual fact, what I want to do is probably find somewhere that's relatively flat. Say there. Yeah, like that. And then, that is now your road down the hill. And I'll make it crappy as well. Now the only hazard is, something that I didn't actually realize was a thing, is that you can't make it too contorted and meandering, otherwise the game yells at you for that as well. Cost of Amazon 400, 500 a year. Oh, you haven't. So, Prime... the cost of shipping is factored into the cost of the item. I actually noticed this a little while ago. I mean, I'm not surprised it's a thing. But I forget when I noticed it. I was comparing prices on things between different stores, and I noticed that Amazon and eBay were exactly $30 or $40, depending on the item, more expensive than getting it from an actual store. And yeah, and that $30, $40 was exactly how much it cost to ship from those stores. So yeah, you're actually paying for the extra, paying for the shipping indirectly. Now, we need a truck station. I'm just going to go 3 and 3 preemptively. One thing I'm not very good at is building these things, admittedly. It's something that I need to get good at. Yeah, so I'll pop that there for now. Road depot can actually go here as well. So I don't need a road depot up here anymore. Need to move the tram one. It's interesting the town hasn't expanded to... So this station, you can actually see, used to be a lot closer to the town. Again, I pulled it away to deal with the emissions. But unfortunately, the town hasn't really expanded into it like I was hoping. Although it is apparently shrinking. It's probably going to go through a big... Yeah, because it's not getting goods anymore. It's going to go through a big shrinkage. Oh, in that case, yeah, that's probably going to cost them money. Admittedly, though, it's there's probably just better in the US than it is here. Just to picture those fly-by-night couriers trying to move just 200 server racks. Let's make this a little bit more direct as well. TF3 trailer shows sound barrier. Oh, yes! It did. We got to see some sound barriers. That's the other thing that I forgot about. That we saw. What is that? 160. There, we'll say. Yeah, so it's really just. I mean, I am dodging that there, but so there are two sort of competing objectives sort of going on in my head that are competing for attention. One is the efficiency, the other is the aesthetic. And the efficiency is winning at the minute. It's starting to look like I probably shouldn't have bothered touching it and just left it. But anyway, we're here now. I will say they're no longer fulfilled by Amazon. I wonder why. That's funny. Alright, you manage line. You go there now. And that's clean them all up. Actually, manage vehicles. You have probably got a replacement now, because they're way up here and we're down here now. So what are we looking at? We're looking at 60 and 12. And 60 and 13, 60 and 15. So yeah, it's 1 weak point, however, was the drive shaft, which broke easily under heavy load, led to a sudden loss of braking effect. That is not something you want going up a hill. And that means we're gonna go hard on those. Alright, so they'll scoop up goods from over here and deliver them. Cargo. Ashy. Just pop some of these in because it's inevitable that it's going to need it. And it shouldn't take too long for the game to figure out to send stuff up here, because it's like there's already bread and gears and I think spanners. Yes, there's some spanners will find their way over, and so that'll sort itself out. It's an interesting situation that oh, you're still delivering stuff there too. You're figuring yourself out. Such a train jam. Another point is that if you're worried about the roads being so straight, drivers will use them instead of your railways. You could try running a bus service along the roads, and hopefully some people use that instead of driving. That is true. I mean, it's not helping that I have that big train jam. When you say spanners, assume you meant passengers, not wrenches. I mean, they look like spanners. The funny thing is, for me, a wrench would be a shifter, just to really complicate things. Hey, Thunder, how you doing? US train news. Big Boy will be running coast to coast for the US 250th. Ooh, excellent. I think the oh, look at that train jam. The big one that's coming for, at least for in game, is the getting the Shinkansen. That'll really shape up the passengers. I love how the trucks are still bouncing around in here too. Oh yeah, you're still doing that. Alright, not to be outdone. I need to connect you. You don't even have a truck network. I never actually built it, I think. Oh no, I did. Well, it's gone now. There. I'll have to build a more direct path for that as well. Had the 200 Steam this year. I remember when Loco 1 first took Steam. Just not I remember. It's to remember. Yeah, we were talking about that before. Oh, why are you complaining? Read that as Twatson for a second. That's because it's Twatton. So it was close. I mean, it could be Twatson. It could be incentivized to be changed. Alright, how's this one doing? Oh, she's got lots of passengers waiting. What's the rate? Who's the worst? Oh, that one. Alright, lines. They're both at 5 minutes. Yeah, I misread the one because of the way it rolled over onto the next line. Right, I think you can be upgraded. Let's make a move on this. Actually, how much are you carrying? 80, eh? 40... what are you, 1.6 million? There it is. Yeah, hold down shift and then you can flip it. California Zephyr? Probably. Pioneer Zephyr. 60... But you are actually moving everything. Does it behoove me to add another one? How about another passenger? That's 80. I'll just wait for it to deliver first. I could probably... Oh, you're there. Okay. I could probably benefit from a second one. See how it performs. It's kind of funny how it couples, because it's not really supposed to have other wagons attached to it. It's accelerating. What's its running cost? 1,300. I think that's a little bit more expensive. I think, what was it? 1,400, I think. But yeah, it's doing it faster. It's got the old incline. Oh, this is going down the hill, that's why. Down through. $1 million, that's... Yeah, I can get around that. What's your... Oh, the line. 10 minutes. Yeah, it could benefit from a second one. I need to expand this station. I need to do quite a... What did I do here? Yeah, you need doing as well, a do-over as well. Yeah. Just thinking. It really needs 3 passenger platforms, because it needs the slow, it needs the fast, and then it needs the branch. So I need to do a whole lot there, but that's not the goods that I was trying, that I keep getting distracted from. Where are you? There. So you need a more direct path, so like this. Oh, they're already sort of using it. Having said that. So what I'll do is just improve on that further. Make it straight. And we'll jam it right into there. And then we'll do one of them. Then we've got to arc it over. Like that. Get rid of the crappy bridge. And it would be beneficial for me to run that up this way. I think I'm going to end up demolishing the last of the fields from the farm at this rate. Alright, let's not do that. It's not too insane. I mean, it is somewhat absurd. 68%. Just make this a slow, steady rise like that. I'm pretty sure, isn't there a button to, like, rebuild the fields or something? I have a vague recollection of it. Not sure if it's a thing, though. And yeah, I could uncouple that road and make them go all the way around. If I was feeling particularly mean. And lucky last. Yeah, there are you. And you can go. And you also regroup there. Actually, while I'm at it, I should also replace these. Blows up the bridge. Ferry service only. Bridge is closed. Ferries open for business. There's the interesting thing too, like there's still no traffic. That's what we want, that one. Unfortunately, the goods sort of intermingle. Yeah, like that. And so I can't directly interact with them. Ah, it's the worst. Play some more with that. Actually, let's, while we're at it, trams. Tram lines. Why are you like that? I don't understand why it's mixing with the tram lines. Because it shouldn't. Benz 0660. Russian P3. No hab. Seems interesting. Oh, just as I replace the trams. Alright, so that's converted, that's converted. Yeah, we demolished that one, that's fine. Just trying to remember what I was up to. And it should be able to get, yeah, it gets bread, it gets, doesn't get fuel. It should get boxes, and it should get gear. It doesn't have gears, actually, but it should be getting gears. There should be, yeah, there's gears here. I might not be backhauling, but it might happen soon. If that's the case. T2, T3 is absolutely saturated. Might need to make this longer so I can transfer more stuff between. Okay then. What are you, 19 million? What are you at, 10 million? 10 million? Not a lot. It's looking like a mixed train's the way to go. Alright, what do we got to work with? It might actually be a GG1 for this, just maximum cargo. What do you got? What in boxcars, steaks and flats? Yeah, I'm just going to change them all to the same. Actually, no, I'm not. I'll keep one of these consistent. What's actually waiting? T2 to T3. Steaks, open, box. So it's mostly, it is actually still mostly steaks. So 1, 2, 3, 4. You. Yeah, it's a little too long, so it's slightly slowed. So what is it? 120. Rounded up to 160. 170-ish. 166, I think that is. So it's basically there. Well, there. But I'm going to add one to it. Then boxes and then opens. Just hit midnight here in the UK, so I'm probably going to head off. Alright. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for the Prime sub. It's amazing how time flies. It does. And have a good night. Enjoy your weekend. All that good stuff. So bulk is 120, 132. So what, 18. 36, what is it? 8. No, what am I saying? Because it's 5 for 100 minus 5 2's 10. And so it'd be 6. No, it's 7. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then I'll fill out the rest with these. 1, 2... Oh, that's it. So I'll take one of those away, and then 1, 2. There we go. And I probably just deleted a whole bunch of stuff, but I will. Alright, you need a bit of a rework, I think. I'm going to hang on to that one for now. Alright, you... all... So I need something... I don't need like a full power. It's probably that. That seems... What are you, 1800 versus... Where's the old bad? 580. I think it's a little too weak. You're 1.4 million. 1.1. What I'm looking for is something around the 1 million mark. Ideally. So something like that, but not top speed, more power. That's why that's a really attractive looking one. Yeah, 1.8. It's too expensive for what it is. 115 for 1.2. 2300 and probably is that one. 1.1, it's very economical. I mean, what's the current loco? Do I even still have it? 1.1, so yeah, 1.8. So I'm improving the power. That's the other thing too, is I need to be able to actually make an improvement on what's already there. Loading speed 3 and 3. Doesn't matter. What are you? 408. I don't seem to get nearly that much capacity, but it probably makes up for it in other ways. Oh, I just just closed it. Bricks. Why? Oh, okay, yep. I see why. Oh, jeez, it's gotten very lumpy all of a sudden. What's going on there? Why don't you use some big boys? I don't want to pay for the big boys. I was just wondering what's going on with the mouse cursor. It's look at that. Just moving it steadily along and it's just real lumpy. Need to plug it in. It's not helped it. I don't know what's going on. Just all of a sudden, it's just hating life. Move the phone out the way. Oh, there we go. Just power cycled it. Yeah, that's better. Very strange, that one. Where are we at? What was the big boy like? I'm just idly curious. Yeah, 2.8 million is a lot of money. The emission's quite high too. Whereas this is only 63, 2.2, 2.8. Yeah, GG1's just better. Last clean the ball. Whoa, probably 19 Dickety 12 when I last cleaned me mouse balls. Where are you actually coming from? Oh, you're that one. So you're technically T1, T3. Yeah. You're actually T1. Alright, we need to make some progress. So... what are you bringing? You're bringing bread. Alright, so we do have goods coming in. I think this one... Wait, you come out of there. Town machines, transfer to... alright, so who comes out of... here? We have two lines. Exchange to Belchy. And... that one, I think. Goes all the way out. Alright, so... sell you. And then delete. Yep, so now this line's just Belchy. And yeah, they've got trucks. Yeah, oh yeah, I already did this one. So I've already forgotten. Right, you can go. I think... banners one main can go. I think I need to just strip out all of these goods now. Yeah, you're not doing anything anymore. Probably to the point where I can replace it with another passenger platform. So yeah, that's now got 3 stops. I could just stick like a passenger terminal somewhere here. So yeah, you don't need that anymore. You don't need that anymore. I'm just going to populate 4 lines in. I don't know if I'll actually use them, but I'm just going to put them in preemptively. And bulldoze some houses in the meantime. Now, it's another thing for the back pocket. Where does that actually go? Oh yeah, up there. There we go. Okay. So those 3 are lashed in. I mean, I don't mind this being thing. Transfer 1 boxes. I'll leave that one for now, because it's doing good work. I mean, I do need to rip the Band-Aid eventually. That's a given. But the other thing that I sort of was eyeballing... actually, before that... Oh, I need to deal with those. Food and the other one. Okay. I gotta move this thing. I need to move it over there. That's very annoying to do, but again, Band-Aids must be pulled. Actually, before that, no, I'll let this dictate the height. So what I was thinking was, should I think about the height of this versus the height of the industries? But no, I was like, I'll let this dictate the height. So you're 78.5. You're 155. That's the elevations that I'm dealing with right now. 73. Yeah, it's sort of like a halfway point. I remember now. Yeah, I need to get rid of you. And then I got to do a little bit of a hop. I better actually keep that one now. And again, this is going to be very annoying to walk the station. Don't mind me, I'm just taking my station for a walk. No blueprint? Not yet. What I'm doing is I'm walking the actual flag over here, so I don't have to change all the lines. Or, like, the existence of the station. Because if I don't do this, then I would have to... God dang it, there you go. I would have to do it all... Like, I'd have to redo all the lines manually. Have I still got the right one? Yes, I do. There we go. Alright, cargo station. It's just going to be like 8, 320, standard catenary. It'll just be like that. And blam. There we go. And now I can remove the evidence of me walking the station over. In saying that, there's still going to be all of those. Alright, there's going to be a lot of angry trains right now. Oh, I intended for that to actually be lashed into the lumber mill. Or the sawmill? No, the forest. That's what it's called. That thing that then there does the wood cutting. You go there. You're linked up again. Hopefully you're on the right elevation. I legitimately hope that's a thing. Normalize the terrain a little bit like that. And just normalize that just so it's a little easier to run the road up the hill. I mean, I'm going to need that anyway. Alright, let's just do that. Then do the road. There. Then normalize the terrain. It just makes building the road a little easier. A little less painful. There. Alright, let's try again. Oh, that's how much it wants to you can't actually get up the hill. It may actually be too high to work. I remember this old gambit. Yeah, I gotta get the road from down here up to there. That's as much as it wants to drop by. Yeah, I don't think it's going to connect. It's ridiculous. I love it. Bam. And there. Yeah, it's way too far away. But I can just have trucks go up and down. That's not too much of a problem. The problem, though, is linking up all this stuff that I used to have connected to the old station. It's now got to link up in a completely different way. Now, question is, do I run trains for those? I kind of want to. Alright, so how many more platforms can I add? That's it. it's maxed out. Japanese mountain road. See now. 29.78, it's about there. I mean, it's on a little bit of an incline, but it's fine. It's probably fine. I'm just wondering whether I'm doing the gymnastics on doing a row or not. I mean, realistically, I probably should. That's a lot of curvature. That's the only thing about rows, is it takes a lot of space to do properly. What height are you at? 25. You got some inclination to do. You at? I think you're still relatively flat. It really comes down to the question of how high are you? You're actually really low. It should be rising a lot earlier, realistically. And that would probably make my life here a lot easier. What are you at? was able to get the height. 67. Yeah, oh, that's right, because that's basically the reference point for that over here. I want 1, 2, and then a third one, I think. Like that. So 2 for the exchange transfer, or yeah, site-to-site transfer. Then 1, I'm thinking maybe 2 for the maybe even this lot I can join together and have 3 platforms for the big trains transferring, but also the town trains to go to Rigon and Dorley. And then the other 4 or 5 can be all of these trains coming in. And I maybe just rotate in a big circle like that to bring everything in. And that'll help deal with all this stuff. Yeah, rotate in and then go out, 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 out somehow. It's got to. I guess this river is the dividing line. It's like this captures everything here. It does leave all this stuff out up in the air though. Yeah, I might have pushed them a little too hard. I mean, having said that though, like iron and coal can just be sent to one place. It doesn't need, like, they can link up directly to these. It doesn't need to go anywhere else. All right. Figure this out. First of all, you're going. That's the old version. No, it isn't. That's the current one. What was I looking at over here? Oh, that's that. I'm an idiot. What am I doing? What even is this? I already deleted the old one. I had a something there already, and I deleted it before actually starting today. Oh dear. Alright. So I guess, as I was alluding to, this actually begins all the way back here. This needs to rise consistently and a lot earlier. There's also goods trains on the passenger line, still, apparently. Which I thought I fixed. Apparently not. What'd be great is something to demolish more thoroughly and quickly. Like, just click on a section, or like hold down shift or something and it deletes the entire section. Instead of doing these little splines at a time. It's probably a mod for that. Alright, yeah, so this should be up in the 70s region, or by the time it gets to that tunnel. And that should really help with this incline. Alright. What is it actually at right there? Yeah, 46. It needs to be, yeah, like at least 50. Alright, use that as the starting point. lifting that all up now. So can I? The game will permit me. Oh no, won't let me drag the handle. Set that to like 3%. So we're 5 to 11. How about that? Like, it's a pretty aggressive incline. I mean, I could keep it at 4%. I mean, it's going to get steeper either way. I mean, what's this? This is 40%. So, having said that, like, this needs to be... It does need to be like 10%, 7% at least. Realism and all be damned. It needs to be a lot more aggressive. That's a road. Yeah, maybe not 17. Say 8. You used to be cool. Don't do that. Game, come on. There. At some point these need to switch over as well. Oh, that's going to be awkward. In saying that, freight has no business being on the left side as it is. So I need to switch it anyway. So in actuality, this, which is now going too close to that, like that there. That's a bit ridiculous. But 9 to 13, 4%, 7% again. Take it to there. It's another 7%. Gotta be mindful that that's actually a middle track. Now, did you actually? Yes, you did. Yep, up we go. And how does it land there? 6 to 40%. Yeah, because it's still very flat as such. Yeah, that's what it looks like if I keep it at the low incline rate. Like, it's got to get up there somehow. This one also needs to get up somehow. except I want... Come on, there. I want that. 20 to 21, 11%. Yeah, it'll do. Why isn't that snapping? Just the usual weirdness. What are you colliding with? You happy now? No. Now you're happy. It's probably gonna have to break away and find its way over here. We're 34%. Dang it. Right, you come over to here. Don't want the tunnel. Rail crossing, fine. And we want embankment. Yeah, you just do that. And you follow the leader. I probably could have tunneled that, realistically. That continues its 40% rise. 'Cause yeah, there's like this one here. It's rough. But I think this is about as good as it gets. Other than maybe navigating around here to simplify the tunnel, but the tunnel's already pretty well optimized. I'll take that there. Oh, yeah, you weren't supposed to be a bridge. And you actually double tracked, excellent. Thankfully this is easy to fix. Do that. Alright, so we've got our thing up there, we've got our passengers reconnected. Oil refinery needs to be redone, rejiggered. I mean, it still takes that one. Actually, an oil refinery. Yeah, there's an oil refinery right there, so I might change that to do something more local. In worst case scenario, it can come from over here and send oil over. Alright. That also means... that also means I've technically put that in the wrong hole. Technically. But it doesn't actually matter. That should be there. Just so I can get it correct. And then you break away and come over this way. And then I've got to somehow make it relatively speedy. 113. Like that. So what are we at? We're 51 to 60 with a minimum of 40. Oh, it's... this is causing issues. I probably should have demolished it from here because it would have been causing issues with that too, but oh well. Let's try this again. See, now it's happy. 120, 120, 120, 153, 160. I don't think the freight goes faster than 160 anyway, from memory. I'm not sure what the fastest speed limit of a freight wagon even is. So it's probably fine. And this is only supposed to be like a local connection anyway. Yeah, it's going to come up to that town. Then I need another one to go over to Ripon. I don't think I need anything to go between the two. I mean, I can build it. I just don't think I need it. Righty. Just digesting, thinking. Yeah, then I've got to link all these together. That will be secondary. Alright, first step is demolish these. Oh, you know... Alright, I will transfer it over. It's just less rework. Damn my indecisiveness. Unfortunately, that's brought the speed down a little bit. Let me tweak that a little bit, actually. Oh, there's a little bit of track. Right, do those interfere with each other? Not quite. It is a risk. It is a hazard to have them interfere. And conceivably, I could also do that. If nothing else, it'll encourage the passenger trains to potentially find an escape. Oh boy. It's going to be one of these games. Not sure how good the AI is. It's pretty good at finding the path. Generally. Transfer to the top speed of a train determined by the slowest component, which is often the wagon, and most standard cargo wagons are topping out at 120. Different wagons have different... 50, 80, or even 140 for... Yeah, 140 for late game. I wasn't sure if it was 140 or 160, or... No, 160 or 180 for maximum freight speed, but yeah. Just use the old I'm not asking anymore. I'm not asking nicely anymore technique. They're really just not going to do it. It is a very low angle, admittedly. That works. Got it in the end. It is a bit funny to see the freight sort of depart and then come back. Oop, I did actually delete an extra one. You want to save? Where's the... Oh, St. Helens. I was way over there. Twatton Fuel Refinery is that one there. That's the only fuel refinery on the... There's only those two fuel refineries. That one's basically tied into that hub now. It means there will be a little bit of sharing going on for now. But we'll deal with it eventually. We'll get rid of the U. Right, let's just get rid of everything that's not needed. Yeah, we don't use... Oh, train in there. On the train on the track, whoever would have guessed. Ready for, very good. Alright. Show... That needs to come in like that. Needs to do a bit of that. Where are you running afoul of things? There. Alright, that gets you through there. It's a little bit jank. Hopefully I can... I only need one track anyway, actually. No, I don't. I do need two. I need a second track like that. To then... come out. And hopefully not go deep underground again. There. Fortunately, that insists on tunneling. It gets pretty deep. But I might try and rework it a little bit. Yeah, you can come out there. And I'll make this a ton. Like, I'm not a huge fan of it, but I'll make it a tunnel. . It at least kinda works. Yeah, and that to our Dolly Tavistock. Oh, that'll be that one, because this one's broken. Yeah, you can spring over there. Down there. And into there. And that should... Yep, now it's just all the lines that are broken. And having a bad day. Okay. And I'm trying not to sneeze at the minute. But a sneeze is brewing. And I see the Twitch bitrate thing's been complaining about, like it's in the red and everything, but, like I see no issues on my end. So I don't know. I don't know. AWS outage? I don't know. So you... Oh, you take fuel as well, do you? Well, we'll link up these. The Nowsers. Alright, how about I do the more difficult one first. Do it right at the face of the tunnel. Like that. And then you can slide in about there. Like that, and then like that. It's not amazing, but it'll work. We don't want auto-sig. I want a signal right there. And then I need to get fuel into it somehow. And as far as oil goes, it's going to come into and out of there. And yeah, I want it to come into here. It's really effectively a curve like that. What is it? 73, 79 to 72. But I might need a... do something like that. Because I might just flatten the terrain to make this fairly flat for all the other trains. And a little less aggressive. At the very least get you into 4 of those. Like that. There, just make a bit of a cutting there. That actually needs to do a bit of a wide berth. I hadn't thought that through. Oh, you're very annoying too. What are you at? 125. Okay. Do 1 track, maximum length. Plop that in there. I guess this will be the one that defines it the track coming round and in. Only a 42% grade, it's fine. So something like that. I think that one's going to be legit. What about you? That one doesn't need to exist. Okay. That's the you hooked in. Then I need to do something with... Same thing with bricks. Alright, so these need to be pushed back. We're getting there. Just gotta disentangle everything. I'll have to tweak a whole bunch of lines as well to link everything up again. Like the oil is more sort of a... Oh, it's more of a direct system at the minute. Rather than shuttling back and forth from the oil refinery. I think it's actually, having said that, I think it's actually a bit of both. It's done it again. Oh no, it actually pushed them further in. Didn't compress the trains onto that small little tile. Oh, now you're actually right back as far as you can go. That means we got this to deal with. Here. What even got there? Alright, so you're compressed down as far as you'll go. What's that? That is... Oh yeah, that's the loopy-doop. Of which I need to bring the thingy around. I have to deal with that in a moment. Let's see, rocks. What does rocks do? It rocks and then it lobsters, presumably. Like the oil at the minute actually goes direct. So there's no harm in continuing that. Or do I transfer? I'm inclined towards continuing the transfer. Make the station do what it's sort of always intended to do. Alright, so buildings. What are you at? 20. Right, how high can I push this? We go up to like 50? And still have a successful connection? It would be ever so delightful if I could manage this. And it seems to want to let me. And you can carry on along your way. Like that. Because I think that actually links up the two towns. It gets this thing out of this giant divot. Then I've got the steel to deal with yet. That might be a case of coming in the other side. But we'll come to that as we work our way back. There's just so much destruction. What height is this at? 80. Could be higher. I think it doesn't actually need to in saying that. This is, yeah, 79. So it's actually fine where it is. What about you? 80. Yeah, you're fine. I know I'm bulldozing the pack service underneath. I'm gonna deal with these trains at some point too. What I may end up doing is just bulldozing them, selling the trains, and then just building new ones. Because these are all obsolete trains anyway. So it's probably easier for me to just make whole new trains. I've already got the lines, so it doesn't matter. What are you? You're the freight going down there. So this whole alignment needs to change. This should technically be almost the passenger line. So I can fix that one now too. It's actually pretty good where it is. Okie day. Yeah, you're there. You go down to there. So yeah, this needs a dramatic rework. Oh, you're that one anyway. Where did this actually go? That's done. Case in point, yeah, because that's the old system that admittedly I probably got a little bit too deep into. And that's why, like, I didn't commit enough. I didn't commit hard enough to go on down this path. And that's caused more headaches for me. And I should have really committed harder to the central sites sooner. Figure that out later. Alright. Is there actually a sawmill around here? Yeah, way down there. Slightly annoying. One, two, three, four. And then they come out and around. I need you to go to the rocks. As I say, like, it's an ancient train, so it's worth demoing. Alright, buildings, cargo station, 320. A height of 95. Where's the output there? Alright, let's get rid of all this road. Even the road that I just built. Where's the brick hole there? Aim for about there. That should be at the same height as the track. And you should have no problems getting up to there. Yep, fine. I'm also contemplating doing the same again. You know, bring the rocks in and then another line to bring it out, or if I direct connect. Technically, there's a... it doesn't really matter. I'm just putting stuff to distribute out for no reason. Because one of these, you know, it needs 400. No, this thing. Oh, it needs 500 actually. Yeah, they supply 4, 6, 8. It should be 400, shouldn't it? 1, 2, 300, 400. Yeah, 400, 400. It's 1 to 1, so it's fine. I swear the game was more picky about that in the past. Yeah, what it means is basically something like that. Except that it's at 80 and 80. And so is this. Well, it's at 79. But I might need to steer it. I think my system that I was dreaming up is already falling apart. Or my concept that I was dreaming up is already falling apart. You have 3 lanes. What about 2, 4, 6, 8? Alright. Let's just roll with it. See what happens. I can see a world where I'm going to need multiple ins and outs, like the steel one that's coming from ways over might need its own lane. Yeah, all this stuff might need to come in separately. Similarly with that, but we'll see. So that peels off into there. And then what I want is that. Goes off into there. Does descend a little bit. And you go off into there. Yeah, this track is still fairly flat. So we can sneak in there. Brick's a bit of an awkward one, but I might bring it round the outside like this. Yeah, like that. something along here. Alright, get you out of the way. I'd like to get rid of that giant bridge. Sort of a means to an end originally. And you do the 73. I want you to come up. Like that. Then do that. Alright, now you need a sling underneath that. Okay. There you go. That's how we're gonna pull. That's how I'm gonna deal with all this stuff. It's just rejigger the terrain slightly so that it works out. Yeah, then we're gonna drop that down, drop that down, drop that down. Can I bring it back up? Bring it back up as far as you can go. It's certainly going to hurt the train. It's got a long way to go. There it is. Right there. So yeah, you link into that. Then I'm gonna get you back somehow. Those two might just, I might just seesaw them. I'm feeling lazy now. Yeah, joins up there. I was sort of hoping it'd work, but I'm not seeing it work now. Oh, that's also a bridge. There. In between sessions, I might actually go through and just soften this up a little bit. I might. Don't know if I actually will or not. Right, what do we got? You can get sold. As I said, most of these are pretty obsolete. And that's a 10-wheeler. That's also a 10-wheeler. There. Alright. So we've got our oil. Oh, let's tweak this a little bit. Actually, how hard is it to do? I'm just considering the options. Like, I could bring it back to here, but I was intending on bringing the oil. You were both transferring everything, were you? Pretty much. Because it could, like, come round this way. Oh, that's actually underneath. If I take it far enough, I can actually slip back underneath that. Like that there. It's a bit of a climb. But it can come back round to here. Yeah, this is going to want to go off that way to go to the oil refinery. Likewise, this, which, rid of that part of the tunnel. Yeah, we have a tunnel, get rid of that tunnel there. This needs to continue on round, because it needs to get to that. It needs to swing round here. 920, about there. Keep it fairly flat. Then going to do that. Again, flat. And then I need something to do that. So there's a bit of a crossover there, but I think it'll be okay. So the oil trains, oh, they don't need to pass through that now. If I'm doing a full connection, they don't need to do that. Oh, I'm making things hard for myself. No, I'll make them go into there, and then, as I say, I'll just make them all circulate. So they don't actually need to plug into that. We'll get there. We'll get there. Get that out the way as well. Right, let's do the known variables. Well, the known variables is this road's in the way. It's the first and most obvious one. You need to link up with that. Then I need that to change direction. It's facing completely the wrong way. Hang on, no I don't. That was there for a specific reason that I still need for now. No, I need a separate line that comes this way. Like that, something like that. Then we need a 155. We just need you to stay down there somewhere. Does get rather deep in the mountain. And it needs to plug in there. Right, what are we missing? Other than that. How do you... Oh yeah, you do. I just need a second line. And so this is the return trains. What are you? You're returning. You're both returning, actually. You're actually doing that. Like that. And you're doing the same. Coming in this way. Alright, I guess I'll do that a little further back so the curve, so the back curve isn't so bad. So extreme. You're still doing some wacky stuff. What's going on here? Is that just permanently 95? That's, I think that's not, or is it that one? Yeah, it is just 95. Just a fairly aggressive curve, whichever way it's looked at. There. So you now have a way to return. So it comes out of here, it can go to rocks, roll through to bricks, and then pass back round to transfer. Cool. That's what we want to see. Merge back down. Alright, now we'll just pretend that the hillside doesn't exist. Yeah, but at the modded maximum, the brush gets a little wonky. There we go. It's like it was never at the extreme height now. There we are. Never even know I was there. Even that looks normal, almost. It's like it was intended. Spray down some old Mountain Be Gone and it's all good. Oh, would you look at that. Probably the biggest giveaway is if I ever delete any of this track, you'll suddenly just get this random height terrain reappear. I mean, in saying that, I think the trees are a bit of a dead giveaway. Like that, because it isn't consistent with the mountain, because that's where the mountain should have been. Okay, the only thing left is steel, and I gotta reconnect the passenger line. Let's do that. I'm not actually quite sure how I want to do that, tackle that yet. That's the line there. One needs to come round this way. 35 to 33. That's kind of dumb. What are you at? 80? 51 to 52. Where is it there? Alright, what does that actually do? Gotta collide with that. You do collide with that. What I need for it is to just really pass underneath these. Or over them, actually. It's only a 50% incline. As long as it doesn't go down, that's really the main thing. And that's only 49%. Ripon and Dawley are disconnected. That's that road there. There was a road there. Yeah, I need to plug it back into there. Let's see. I still got to get the... Oh no, the sawmill's fine. That's actually covered. That's covered by boats. Okay. Jeez. It's quite the valley, that is. Just gonna meet the rails down there. And just slowly wriggle your way up the incline. Like there. Again, you'd hardly even know that I took a big divot out of the mountain. How much have we spent? Only $500 million. Oh, it's still disconnected because this doesn't actually connect all the way still yet. Alright. Let's bring it somewhere over here. Then we've got to dart across here. I think will do. Nope. There. Yeah, then you got to come along here. Over and then back. There's a little... Why are you still... disconnected? Oh, that doesn't actually plug in. Right, now are you connected? Yes, you are. Alright, now we just got to deal with all those trains and lines still. Alright, let's tackle them one at a time. Dawley bricks. That is T1 bricks. Alright, you... Oh. What's missing? I'm missing a depot. Saying that I probably need a thingy junction as well. That's a future me problem. Alright, so bricks. You know something of modest power. Again, I'm very much a fan of this thing. And it's equal. Is it 18, 13, 13? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 9. 9. Alright, your T1 bricks. T1, T3's got issues. Interestingly, oh yeah, I got to do all the way down there yet still. Oh boy, this is going to be a big one. Nothing, wait, was I? Oh, I was never actually moving anything. Alright, you're an easy one. Again, you, and then just maximum you. Like that. And then you're going to be T1 crude 1. You're going to be T1 chem plant. What do you bring back? You bring back boxes of stuff. Stuff that goes in boxes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. There. And then you return with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 9, 9, I guess. And you. That's 13 and 9. What does that look like? 234 versus... Actually, what is the conversion rate? 1 to 1. Actually, just want to tip the balance a little bit. And then you're going to go T1 chem plant. Yeah, it's going to draw a big circle. You're going to want a second one. Crude 1. That one I'm going to keep for now. And then fuel delivery. What are the... T1, T3... 1 to 20. It almost doesn't need to exist anymore. Yeah, you lot have all stopped dead. The next step, actually before that, thank you, water save. This thing actually needs some tweaking first. I'm actually also keeping an eye on the time. I might be running out of time here. Sort of trying to push through to finish the rest of it, but I might not make it. Yeah, look at that. Not quite aligned. Eesh, blonk. Eesh, blonk. And then you come through here. But ideally, you hop over the top. Try that again, shall we? This time I'll raise the end. Yeah, like that. Let's bump you to that. And done. I don't think it actually inclines again. Yeah, and then this thing's got to do something like that. I guess like that. What are you? 20%. Bam, bam, bam. I reckon I can do that better. Like that. And wham. And there. Heartfang, how you doing? Hello. Right, you can now slide into there. That's the oil line. So that one should be happy soonish. In a roundabout way, but possibly. That's what this was for. I remember now. You open the main file. Uh-oh. The day that you do small refactory program project. That's never a good thing. So I'll just refactor this one thing. And yeah. Nothing better than opening up an old a project that you haven't looked at in a while. And then it's like, what was I doing? I had that, I actually had that like 6 months ago. Opened up the file that I hadn't looked at, a program that I hadn't looked at in like 6 months. And none of it made any sense. It was basically like, it could have been written in French. I don't think mine was even 8,000. I think it was only like 2,000. Oh dear, that's a deep trench. Alright, and then I'm going to do that. That should make Crude happy now. It does. Now I disconnected something. I don't know what it was. It's just basically bad coding habits from years ago times 7 trillion. Holy Tavis First, where is it broken? Oh, it's where I bulldozed the bridge. Yes, of course. Right there. I knew that. Alright, we're slowly working our way through all the errors. I haven't even signaled yet, too. Oh, the whole program's just one file. Dear. I just realized what I have to do here. I'm not going to bother blueprinting it. As tedious as it is. Yeah, we'll just work our way through. Hang on, no, you don't need a freight stop anymore. So yeah, I can bulldoze that. What was that sound? What's ding-donging? I don't know what's ding-donging and, I'm not sure why it's ding-donging. That's slightly concerning. Rewrote the whole thing. I mean, that's usually what it ends up being. Once it gets... It gets to a point where you got to say... It's in too deep and it needs to be redone. Oh, that's right, fuel delivery. Alright, can we manage to suck in the right one? Yes. Alright, so we need a passenger station, 320. Or, I'll say 3. Sort of be a case of see what happens. Oh yeah, it'll be it's always worth it. You configure. You passenger buildings. Put the big terminal thingy me jobber in its place. Which again, I don't know why isn't a thing normally. Yeah, that looks a little bit more impressive. Then these. I could probably make it 4. Yeah, and then those there. The 4 lines for the main passenger line. But yeah, what I was sort of saying was I could make this 4 instead of 3 where the freight line is. Platforms. Oh, I wish this was a lot easier. It'd be nice if you could save these also as a pre-build. So you could just always bring up certain types of stations in the future. Right, you, and you. Cool. Take you. And then hopefully slot it in there as soon as it stops grumbling. Fortunately, I don't think that... Yeah, see, I can't get 15, which is what I really need. There we go. Got it in the end. That's the height of it. It's a bit jank. We'll make it work. Oh boy, got a lot done. Did a lot of demolition today. You're I think a passenger train's in. I need to push you into the other line. A comment you left 7 years ago. Nice. Note to future self, don't do this ever again. Something like that. Hello, Adbreak. How you doing today? Alright, why aren't you latching? There you go. I'm going to assume that this has become... Oh no, normally when you're building over roads, it becomes this janky mess. I'm kind of amazed that it didn't do that this time. Whatever possessed it to be so sensible. You come out like there. Let's do it the other way. Oh, never mind. How's that? Decent. There it is. I grab the handle. Oh, that had autosig on. Well, we got signals now. And comment reads, whenever you read this, when you eventually decide to try and add a feature, do yourself a favor, don't bother with this code, just start over, because if you change this next line anyway whatsoever, the project will not build. Why? Who knows, but this comment is a result of 199 hours of wasted trying to figure out why. That's an accurate comment, that is. Oh dear. Just a bit of a dirty way of doing it. You did an autosig. Mean, that is. How dare you not autosig? I demand autosig. Right, the rest of that's done already. I mean, I didn't change it, so there's no reason for it to not be done. There. Yeah, the other one doesn't need it. It just needs it there. Alright, now we just need to realign this. I think it's nearly done. There's probably a few lines that are still complaining. I think among other things, the fuel line's going to complain for a while. We can't get to the refinery anymore. Righty. That can be a tunnel. Oh, we got the boom gates now. Alright, we'll just smoosh this into here. That's not going to happen. What are you colliding with? That should do it. Yep. Or not. There. Nailed it. This dot render this. This needs to be like this because if we don't tell ourselves to render ourselves, we won't be rendered, and the exception will occur as our cells can't be null during the render. We're telling this to render, so this will be rendered. That's an explanation right there. That's some code documentation. It's a thing that was written. And it is hilarious. Back the other way. And you, and you. Alright, that'll do for now. Alright, what's complaining? Exchange 1 boxes, T1, T3. I'm surprised that's still complaining, actually. Should be any of those, really. I mean, part of the problem is this is missing. Oh, come on. That was bad when it lights up purple. When it does that, just bulldoze everything, start over. It's still not possible. There we go. Just found a position it was happy with finally. Oh. That's slightly incorrect. You should go there. And then you go there. Some would even say you go there. Not connect all stations still. We should be coming down here though. So why are you disagreeing with that? No, it's just failing to resolve the path. "49 classes inside itself while also being the yeah, that's gotta go. Yeah. There's some weirdness going on here. Alright, that line is obsolete. PAX 1. Well, that I know how to fix. It's probably a case of this Tavistock being... yes, it's got to go out there now. And then as it's coming back through, it's got to go in there. What is the other line, though? Probably fuel delivery if I was to hazard a guess. I legitimately have no idea what this other line is. Oh, food. It's bordering on being obsolete. Fuel delivery. So it comes from over there. I think that one's obsolete as well. Exchange 1 boxes. Yeah, that's another one that's obsolete. Now I just got to figure out why T1, T3 don't work. Doesn't have at least 7 bypasses. What are you bypassing? Yeah, what are you even doing? Saw the trains inside each other. I think they're going to be perma-stuck. Hello, train. Where are you? Oh, you're all the way over there. Train 77? Yeah. Can you actually get back? Oh, yeah. Oh, what's complaining? Oh. Just those two. Alright, so why can't they get back here? It's probably a signal if I was to hazard a guess. Let's see if we can get into it first. I suppose I could put down some waypoints. That would be one way to measure it. I'll just check for the obvious first. I misplaced a signal or something. Yeah. I mean, oh no, they should be able to get here. Because they should be able to get here because there's already a thingy. The oil train's already doing it. Already running this, most of that path. So it's somewhere down here. That's fine. PAX 1's fine. So yeah, it's an issue in here probably in here somewhere. So like you should slide across. And then slide across here and continue on there. Where are they? There. Okay, so it well, there's multiple things going on. So it's getting to there. It's not able to get from that across somehow. That part I don't understand. Why can't it get across here and come around when it was able to previously? Oh, that's right. I was trying to wonder what I was trying to remember what the difference was. The one lets them honk their horn, the other doesn't. Okay, you can get to there. So where does it all go wrong? Come on, what I say? There we go. So that bit's happy, unsurprisingly. Doesn't even want to do that. That's really weird. Like, the other line here has no problem unless there's an issue in here. There was a waypoint somewhere along here. I probably have just missed a signal or something. Yeah, what's stopping you from... Oh. Of course. Have you done something? Yeah. That'd do it. Look like Victoria rails? No, these are Transport Fever rails. These are quite nice rails. There we go. Immediately cured. That's weird that it wasn't connecting up there, though. Good old waypoints. I don't really need them, but invaluable diagnostic tool. Yeah, it immediately dawned on me. I was like, hang on, I bet... oh, okay, it actually automatically deleted it. Excellent. Where are you pointed? You're looking up the hill. So why won't you... Conceivably, this train should jump onto this line and then... Oh, it can't actually. I was like, why can't it use this line? It's because it can't use that line. Alright, can you just go the long way now? No? Have I lost more electric lines or something? I don't know. Yeah, in a roundabout way, you should be able to come... Oh, you're on the wrong track. That's why. There we go. So yeah, now you'll find your way eventually. Never mind. Because I never did the signals here. Oh, he's complaining now. I probably can't, I probably can't, fix that easily. Oh no, they fix themselves. Oh, it's because it compressed it, and pushed it. Yeah, we've just been through a rather significant rebuild. I'm also concerned that that line isn't complaining about not being connected anymore. That shouldn't be the case. it splits out again because they've got to cross over. They're all just having a pile up here. Auto stick again. And you there. Good enough. It's amazing that I haven't misplaced any yet. I say it out loud, which means I'm going to misplace some. Yeah, because I just want them behind there. Then a gap and then it's fine. Likewise there. That'll do. Potentially very busy and a lot of contention here, but it's probably fine. So is this thing... Oh, I might have accidentally deleted its lines, that's why. Oh, well, that's a future me problem, however, because I'm like an hour after I was meant to finish. So I'm probably going to leave it there for today. This bonus Saturday. The sun's out, it's starting to warm up. It's actually getting pretty warm, and I need some lunch. So, as I say, I'm going to leave it there for today. We're going to continue this on Monday. And, yeah, I may or may not do something in the meantime. We'll see how we do. So yeah, thank you for watching, hanging out, being here, subscribing and all that. Appreciate you all as always. And other than that, thank you all for watching. And I shall see you next time.